Hello, how's it going? It is it's kind of an interesting day actually. I kind of realized a couple of things actually. That it was like dude, it's like the world is so complicated because you never know exactly what is the right position to do things, but it's like, but at the same time, here's the thing. I don't think that I'm supposed to know how 200 million people work. I think that's kind of the thing, isn't it? It's just like, how many people like exist in this hemisphere with Japan included, which is kind of like a key feature, Korea as well, and it's just like China as well, and it's just like, yeah, like I think that it's kind of impossible for me to know everything, like legitimately. It's just legitimately impossible, and it just gets to that point where you're just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you do need to work for certain things so you feel like you belong to the community to some degree, and it's like it kind of makes sense if you think about it. Basically, that it's just like there are certain things, basically, like certain systems that should be put in place to be like, hey, this is kind of like free, you know, and it's like, here's a taste of what it truly feels to have like some of it, really. I was like, okay, yeah, maybe I dropped an apple because I kind of really want you to play this thing, so you can figure out what is really happening at that point, really. Like, oops, I bent over and I dropped an apple. What is happening? Oh, okay, yeah. So it's kind of like that, basically, where it's just like, okay, yeah, you can have to play specific things to some degree, really. So yeah, that's kind of like when it comes to like certain things. Oh, okay, oops. Where's my model? Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like had a topic in mind and I forgot to open my model. Wow, that's great. Great immersion, Grim. I love it. But yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like the social circles that we kind of like live around. Actually, like, if I look at it from certain perspectives, really, like, if I think about it from the perspective of like, okay, hey, well, here's the thing. There are certain amount of like angles that you kind of need to take certain things, basically, because like like there are ways for you to kind of like get like money, and there's like a lot of ways that you can get influence, and sometimes the most influence that you can get is out of like a functional system that actually works within its own right, with both sides working engineered accordingly to some degree. And it's like, yeah, I mean, to some degree, like specifically, there is going to be some level of emotional support, basically, where it's just like, yeah, you kind of do need some level of emotional support for everybody to some degree, basically. And it's just like, yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. And it's like, a lot of the times it's like like a matter of like between authenticity and wealth, really, because like here's the thing that kind of like bothers me sometimes, basically, that is kind of like, okay, here I am, cool, boom, 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 where am I? Okay, there I am. Okay, so here's the thing, specifically, that is like, there is certain levels where there are things that actually do get engineered to work in a particular way, because like, for example, I'll give you I'll tell you a story that has been like roaming around in my like YouTube circle, basically, which it kind of becomes very, very like present in that sense. And it's like how Gari Gari Kun, the ice cream like company, like sold ice cream to kids for like really, really cheap, like I don't know, 50 yen or something like that. I don't know, for like the longest time, and then it exponentially increased with inflation, basically. And as inflation increased, it kind of became this kind of thing where it's just like, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like emotional support of certain things, because it kind of shows that economically speaking is like the reason why certain things go lower price is because they're the inner circle of that society is so tightly tightly tied, so that any kind of profit goes towards supporting the community itself, and it helps you understand and explore certain things of how life is made in particular, basically. And it's like sometimes it is the profit of something is so worth it to some degree that I kind of that is like, okay, yeah, well, there's different flavors I can taste, and it's like, yeah, there's weird people that you kind of do need in specific sometimes, and you kind of do need to the explorers of something. You kind of do need people who are willing to explore certain things that don't necessarily sound like status quo, and sometimes that's the kind of people that you kind of like look for in certain situations, basically, because it's kind of like, yeah, well, what about the person that is open to like eat insects? It's like, is that like not status quo? Is like, yeah, no, they're kind of like exploring. They're kind of like like an explore. They're basically an explorer, basically. That's their archetype, and they're like willing to get hurt in the exploration. So because of that, it's like, yeah, that's way more valuable than a person that just stays inside of the circle. And it's like, yeah, they stay inside of the circle, and they kind of like help the circle like maintain its health because they become the healers of the circle, and it's just like, yeah, that kind of works, right? But when it comes to like exploring certain areas for other people, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, it's like being an explorer means to be emotionally vulnerable and emotionally open to injury to some degree. And that's kind of the thing, really, because you do need negotiators in certain aspects. You need negotiators in other people from other cultures sometimes, in order for you to get a better deal for your own community as well. Along with the fact that they get the community that you're dealing with, they must get a better deal as well as a consequence. That's kind of like, yeah, well, yeah, we both got a good deal out of this without any kind of like, without any hostility, and we're all happy, and this all works, and this is the best, basically. And it's kind of like the thing when it comes to like this kind of situation where kind of like it kind of hit me for like a second that it was like, yeah, well, here's the thing about Latin America, or like in specific Mexico, because like I think that I think that I cannot speak for the Latin Americans because I don't know what the Latin Americans are all talking about, and it's like I can talk about Mexico in some regard, basically. I was like, in Mexico, it's kind of this thing where it's just like there were a lot of Japanese things that were free for like the longest time, media that was specifically free in particular. And it was because like, yeah, I mean, there's like there's a deep emotional bond to that society that the Japanese community can be like, hey, here you go, this is kind of like entertainment to you, and we kind of like get our like inner circles like closer as a consequence, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, you can totally do that. We can actually just hang out, just be like, this is what you get here. This is what I get. This is the thing that we get a cordial relationship with certain things, and yeah, we move along with it. This works, that works. Yeah. Totally, dude, totally. And it's like the same thing with like Mexico and the USA, which is kind of like, oh yeah, well, USA, you sometimes get a little bit. I mean, USA. I don't need to be. I don't intend to be nosy, but yeah, but like, I feel like you treat your own people like shit sometimes. Like you make us the scapegoat over your own problems when your rich people aren't willing to pay poorer people for like the services that they offer anymore. And it's like, it's your own people. You're not taking care of your own people well enough. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. And it's like, that's going to bring like a lot of consequence to your own country. And as a consequence, it's going to bring down the economy of this hemisphere due to that fact. So it's like, even although that is like, we understand that you're really skilled with moving money and that you're really skilled at developing like a lot of technologies, like there's some level of like your kind of like negligence of taking care of your own people is kind of causing you to kind of like collapse onto yourself, because like you're not actually like taking care of your people in some sense, and if you are, you're kind of like taking care of their people in like kind of like a weird psychological thing where it's just like, yeah, we made you believe that this is your freedom, and other people laugh about it, and yeah, that works for him, works for her. Yeah, sure. But it's like, as a consequence, we can. I feel like it's a little bit dishonest whenever that happens, because it's kind of like, yeah, it's like you kind of like gaslight your own people into doing really ridiculous things in particular, and it's kind of like, yeah, it's like there's always going to be fighting. There is always going to be fighting even within your own circles, specifically because your ideology is all about fighting yourself in competition, basically. Like, it's all about that to some degree. And it's like, when it comes to science, it's like, oh yeah, everybody's together in science. It doesn't really matter. Like, we kind of like come together. We have unity when it comes to science, because science is the most important thing. Even though that we do have competition from time to time, but it's like, okay, science is the one thing, right? And it's kind of like, it kind of hit me a little bit that it was just like, okay, yeah, well, you've developed something so powerful. Okay, yeah, cool. How about making the life better for your own citizens? Okay, cool. Where is that, actually? I don't see it happening quick enough, actually. Like, or maybe I'm blind, because I'm not American. Maybe I'm not American, and that's kind of the problem as well. But it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, because like, who knows, really? Like, maybe you have your own reward system, and it kind of works within your own sense. And yeah, to some degree, I kind of do agree that like a lot of educated people kind of like do get better rewards to some degree. But it also comes down to this kind of idea that it's just like, yeah, well, there was still a lot of complaining in the mental health sphere of things. So maybe your system, there's still some things to polish here and there. And it's more of like getting people on the right place on the right time, and so on, basically. But yeah, specifically, that's kind of the thing that is like, from the 90s to the 200s, 210s, 220s. Like, between these periods, there was like a lot of like rubbing in between each other, being like, hey, you're kind of the problem. No, you're kind of the problem. No, you're the problem. No, you're the fucking problem. No, fuck you. No, fuck you. No, fuck you. You stole my girl. You stole my girl from Japan over here. God damn it. What the shit is wrong with? No, you know what? I'm gonna piss in your cup, and I'm gonna infect your own people with the 2 girls, 1 cup, and it's gonna be great. Believe it. And then their own people are like, dude, this is kind of awesome, actually. This is kind of awesome. Like, not gonna lie, America, you're cooking, or wherever this thing came from. It's like, oh, well, now you're a degenerate. Ah, why the fuck did you know that this thing existed, America? America, why did you know that this existed to begin with? Can you explain? It's like, and America goes like, dude, I don't know, dude. You think that I know all these things? No, like, you're crazy. You're like I'm not offering you anything. Basically, you're getting a little bit nitpicky about what you wish to see specifically. You know, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like Americans. Sometimes that is just like, sometimes their competition gets so out of control that it's just like, oh gosh. Like, I get it, but at the same time, it's just like, oh god, what are the Americans doing again? Yeah, and it's like, it's kind of understandable, really. It's kind of understandable, because sometimes a lot of people do get complacent, specifically because if your idea of like the world is to be competing everywhere, even to yourself all time, to get the best results, the best people on the right place, it's kind of like, I mean, yeah, kind of makes sense to some degree. In some sense or another, it kind of makes sense, really. But yeah, again, again, it's kind of like this thing where it's just like the world itself has always wanted to belong to America to some degree, because it's like America has allowed like a lot of like social circles to be in place and still be free, and that that in itself kind of like makes everybody in the world want to have a piece of America as a consequence. So it's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of how they maintain like relevance and power to some degree. That it's just like, yeah, well, you get all the crazies in America, basically. You get all the nut jobs in America, because like they're socially bonding with people from other places until they can actually find their freedom and their purpose in life. But because of that consequence, you get all the nut jobs in America as a consequence, really. So so yeah, that's kind of the thing, and it to some degree is kind of like, I kind of get it, because it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of difficult to reach your own freedom to some level. It really goddamn is. It's tough sometimes, and it's like, yeah, there are some white people who are like, oh yeah, my freedom is that I remain white, so fuck off. And it's kind of like, okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, if you want to do that, sure, but like don't tell that to my face and be like, and spit on everything that I do, because like if you do, that's kind of like the problem a little bit as well. Really, it's like, yeah, like that's a little bit disrespectful, really, sometimes. So so yeah, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like the Americans. Is like, oh yeah, well, I'm respecting you, so I'm telling you specifically that this is what is happening, and you seem to know what's going on. So respectfully, go fuck yourself. And it's kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, understandable, yeah. But yeah, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like the world in general. When it comes to reaching your own freedom to some degree, it's kind of like, yeah, it's like I mean, to some degree, it's like I have to admit to some degree that I'm a very complicated person myself, really, because when it comes to like what would be my ideal to do is like, yeah, well, my ideal would be like, okay, I need to step up so people are like taken care of, like economically and mental and emotionally, economically, physically, and mentally okay, basically. So that means like being able to for them to get enjoyment and purpose out of their life, and how far they choose to live it, that's kind of up to them, basically. Like that to me, that seems to be kind of like the ideal of everything. But it's like whenever I say that, a lot of people say like, well, if you want that for me, you're gonna have to give me white chicks on DVD for the next 20 years. So you better give that to me, otherwise go fuck yourself. You're not actually looking for the best for me in every level. And that's kind of like the thing when it comes to when it comes to like a lot of Americans that they're like, yeah, well, I think that's how it would be like health, like I feel like that's how I would feel economically, like economically, physically, and emotionally healthy. Like that's the only way that I can feel like that I'm healthy to some degree. And it's like sometimes I feel like that can be a little bit of a problem, because that can make other people be like, hey, so you're not doing anything, right? Like you're just a dude that doesn't want to do anything in life, right? Like, do you want to be the most free person the world has ever seen? Okay, so here's the ideology: you're going to forever be lonely, and you will be the most free person that the world has ever seen, because that's that's literally what freedom means. It's like you're not attached to anything, so you're free to anything. So you're as a consequence, like you're free from human nature. And if you're you're the most free from human nature, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. But don't get me in my way, because like that's kind of your payment that you're doing to me, if that's how you want to live life to some degree. I was kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like when you look at it from certain perspectives and certain psychological angles of how people see like how life can be, basically. It's kind of like, yeah, there are people who are like, no, it's all about emotion and emotional stability and having friends and having family and having people that actually love you and just tell you that everything's okay. And damn, dude, damn, motherfucker, damn, fuck face. I'm gonna call you like all names, and we're gonna be happy, and we're gonna be really stupid in this circle. Basically, we're gonna be stupid together, and we're gonna be happy together because of that consequence. It's kind of like, yeah, to some degree, in some realities, and some psychopaths do have like satisfaction out of that freedom in particular. Basically, as like sometimes, like I'll be honest with you, sometimes that kind of psychopathy kind of like hits me from time to time, and I'm like, dude, that's kind of nasty, actually. Like sometimes it can be kind of nasty. It's like when the homies are pulling out the gasoline cans and drinking out of them. I think it's time to stop. Actually, you know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like, yeah, no, you need to step the fuck down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you kind of need to be a little bit, like low. You kind of have to be a low rider at that point, really. So that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like human psychology as well. When it comes to like perfection to some degree, really, that is kind of like, what exactly do you think it's the what is exactly the most satisfying thing out of society for them to have? And it's like to some degree, I can't even say it because individuals, there's diversity happened and algorithms happened too personalized that is like, it's literally impossible. Actually, it is literally impossible to be like 100% accurate in that regard, basically, because like it's just impossible. Like, what is the best for society? Okay, freedom. Okay, freedom can mean so many things. Are you sure about that? Sure. Okay, here's your freedom. And Tanisha over here is kind of boxing against Sasha over here, and I think Tanisha has like natural steroids. Like she kind of like she kind of treated Sasha like she's a rag doll. Like I think Sasha needs like like I'm gonna be honest with you. Sasha over here, she doesn't belong in the ring, basically. Like she's like, her tooth fell out just because because Tanisha over here spat on her, and she crumbled. Like that's kind of the thing, really. That's kind of the problem a little bit. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, but whatever. Like whatever. That's kind of their freedom, you know. It's like she got a bit of a scraped knee. It's okay. I was like, and it's like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. I guess to some degree, to some degree, that's kind of their freedom to some level. So that's kind of the thing when it comes to like certain aspects of life. When now, like the older that I've got, the more I see the proxies of people, of specific people, the stories that they pull out, and the silliness of the stories that they pull out makes it even funnier, because it means that there's an even deeper necessity to have a social link to some degree, because now there's a proxy between them. Now it just makes so much more goddamn sense to, like, it just makes so much goddamn sense, so much fucking sense whenever you read the stories and you're like, okay, that's kind of hilarious, actually. It's so funny that it can actually be partially true, but not entirely. It's like, okay, this is probably what has happened to some degree, but not necessarily. So you're gonna have to look at the engineering of the story and be like, okay, what if people are gonna read into this? What is gonna happen? Are they gonna have a laugh about it? Are they gonna be angry about something? Are they gonna be smiling? Are they going to be like pulling their hairs out? What is this story going to cause onto people? It's kind of like, yeah, well, it's gonna make people put pressure onto certain communities so that they don't behave the way that they behave. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. That's the point. That's kind of like the behavioral health strategy that you do so that people kind of put each other in check, basically. It's kind of like, to some degree, when I look at it, when I look at the stories, and when I look at the jobs that some people have on YouTube, sometimes I kind of like sit down and I'm a little bit observant, and I'm like, dude, I get it. Like, what the fuck are you? I get what you're saying. Well, no, I get what you're not saying by making this story. I get it. What the fuck you want me to do? Pull out my motherfucking teacup with British tea and be like, why lovely, this is some delicious British dick. Like, no, dude, that's not gonna happen, dude. Like, come on. The same thing with Japanese. Maybe. It's not that, well, not dick, but like, you get what I mean, basically. It's just like, yeah, that's that. I'm not saying that I like Asian women, but I'm saying that it's kind of like, it's kind of nice, actually. I'm just saying that Asian women look kind of nice to me, because that's just kind of what I like. I particularly enjoy it, and I think that that's normal in its own regard. Okay, like, dude, like, I'm sorry. Okay, let me be specific. Well, no, actually. Dude, it's like, oh fuck. Okay, you know where I'm going with this specifically, but it's like, yeah, I mean, some Asian, well, some Southeast Asian, Korean, Chinese, Japanese, they're kind of like my favorite. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, we can handle that to some degree. Basically, it's just kind of like, yeah, that can kind of work. And it's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, that can kind of work. To some level, it can kind of work. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. But it's like, that's kind of my preference to some degree. And it's like, I kind of understand that it's kind of like, I kind of have to be a pretty, like, Catholic boy to be like, hey, I'm a saint over here. I'm holding my cross, and I'm saying my prayers unto the public, saying, please do not do harm unto each other. Please be a sweet little boy, sweet little girl, and be okay with everything. Oh yes, of course. And to some degree, I kind of have to say it, because like, I agree with the values that are behind them. Not necessarily the people who are supporting the entire system, because like, individuals are like when you actually know what individuality truly feels like, you're kind of like, yeah, well, the values are the things that matter the most beyond individuals who kind of support them sometimes. And it's kind of like, yeah, so sometimes it can be like that. Specifically, it's not something that I would necessarily like support fully sometimes. Because like, you sometimes do need to have the courage to kind of like be like, hey, I really like these values, and I don't really need somebody else to tell me how to see those values myself, because like, sometimes those things kind of like arrange themselves into positions that you really don't want to be in, basically. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the problem sometimes, really. So yeah, that's kind of the thing in particular. And that's also the thing when it comes to like the values that are behind it, because it's like, sometimes the systems that are in place are kind of like collide with each other, and they're like, that doesn't make sense, dude. Like, that doesn't make sense. You kind of have to be a little bit careful about what you do, otherwise you're gonna get smacked the fuck up if you're too much of yourself. Be careful where you're stepping, brother, because I'm gonna fucking fist your gonads if you actually don't behave exactly as I say. And I say this because I love you, because of my perspective. It has made me strong, and because it has made me strong, I know where to go, and because I know where to go, and it's kind of like, it kind of revolves around this kind of idea. It's just like, okay, yeah, you're strong in your own environment. I'm strong in mine to some degree. And it's like, okay, yeah, we have different strengths and we have different objectives. So it kind of makes sense to be like, okay, yeah, well, we cannot be, we're just not equal in any level. We're just unequal because we have different personalities, different ways to fight, different ways to think. But as long as we kind of respect each other and we kind of like try to build some things up into our societies, it's gonna be like, okay, yeah, that kind of works basically. Really, that's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. And it's like the reason why like this whole equality wave has happened is because like specifically there's a lot of unfair treatment for people who for people from the outside, that they're like, dude, where's my car? Where's my supercar? Where's my hot babe with big titties? Where's my trophy wife? Where's my dominatrix? Where's my dummy mommy suit? Where's my pet play with my girlfriend? Like, what's going on? And it's like, whenever you actually look at it from that perspective, it's just like, yeah, like you kind of get it, but it's like, in all irony, the fact that the rich person has a Bugatti Veyron, and that you in particular want an Aston Martin, that automatically makes you unequal, basically, because like you want different things in life, specifically. So psychologically speaking, you will forever be unequal to everybody else because you're observing, taking care of different things, watering the plants in some places. Some others are cleaning the sewers. Some others are fishing. Some others are doing something. And it's like, inevitably, like psychologically speaking, you're just going to be unequal at some point in life, basically, because it's like the fisherman gets a fish, the farmer gets milk, the actor gets pain and suffering, and an occasional dookie inside of their bed, basically. It's like, yeah, everybody gets shit, basically, to some degree. It's like, do fish take a shit? Yeah, they do, but it's like, it's kind of unnoticeable to some level. Do cows take a shit? Yeah, they kind of do take a shit from time to time. Do cows take a shit? Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like sometimes they do. Like sometimes cows do take shits, and it's unfortunate because you can't have to clean that up. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, that's kind of what you do, basically. Like there's no way to be in 100% accuracy over what is the equal treatment. But it's like, to some degree, you can aspire to give equal, well, to give equal values, basically. To give equal values to, I mean, you can aspire to give equal values onto people, and that's the best that you can do sometimes. Like, whatever they do with those values, it's not up to you. It's up to them at that point. And it's like, yeah, that's the only quality that you can give to the people below you or above you, basically. It's just be like, it's just like, yeah, I'm producing something. Like, it doesn't really matter. I'm producing something. That's a point, really. Like, I think because that's the point, it kind of becomes necessary for you to kind of like step it up and just be like, hey, yeah, I produced something. I drew a crayon and put it on the fridge, mommy. Can I go play PlayStation now? And it's like, no, you kind of have to. Excuse me, but we're a nation family, and you need to find the cure for cancer before you actually get 2 hours on PlayStation. Okay, so go fuck yourself. I was kind of like, oh, okay, understandable. I was kind of like, oh, well, yeah, that's kind of the thing sometimes. So yeah, like to some degree, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like communities in general. That there's like a lot of like that between Western and well, between the West and some Asian communities, basically. Like a lot of Asian communities have to force themselves to had to push themselves to the limit to basically be like, hey, we are too homogenous. You know, it's like we're too homogenous. Asians, we're too homogenous to some degree. So we kind of have to stand out in some way or the others while simultaneously saying that we're all equal. So you know what, we gonna have to like stand out as being a society of ultimate people who are pushing themselves to the limit, and that way the world will be afraid of us to some degree or praise us to some degree. And it's like sometimes you kind of like, whenever you're laying in bed for like a couple of hours, you take like 8 hours of sleep, you scratch your ass, and you're kind of saying, okay, yeah, but it's like, you know what's also kind of like really helpful for like mental clarity? Sleeping. You know, it's like, yeah, sleeping is really nice for mental clarity. I'm not gonna lie. It's like having 8 hours of sleep for everybody in the world seems like a good standard, actually, I think. So yeah, and it's like that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like a lot of people, basically, that is like, yeah, no, I'm gonna push myself to a limit. I kind of have to get ahead and just be the best person that I can be. So therefore, I kind of have to be like, yeah, go. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like certain societies. That is like sometimes they push themselves to the limit, and sometimes they want to dethrone you in some shape or form. In their own internal mind games, they're trying to dethrone you because you did something so incredibly fucking like outrageous that within their own right it's just like, dude, like what the fuck is that? Like, come on. Come on, what is this bullshit? Do we really need to step it up? Do we really need to be stupid? Do we really need to be like that kind of low level or like high level or what level? What level do you want to go? Like, what the fuck? Come on, dude. What the fuck? We're getting fucked by somebody who scratches his ass and just plays video games online 24/7. Jesus Christ. And it's just like, okay. First off, fuck you. Second of all, it's a personality thing. You if anything, I would suggest that you don't follow my steps, honestly. Sometimes it's like, I mean, actually, you know what? That is the most loving thing that I can say to anyone. Never follow my steps. Because not only will you show your insecurity, but also you will be a shadow of me at some point. So it's like, to some degree, that's kind of the thing when it's just like, yeah, the most loving thing that I can tell you is, yeah, just don't follow my shadow. Like, follow your own shadow and see how far you can go with that shadow yourself, basically. And that's kind of the thing, really, because we're not equal when it comes to like interests as well. We're not equal in the same of interests. Do you like Men at Work? Maybe you do, but maybe you don't like it on the same level that I do. Maybe you like The Cure, but like you don't like it on the same level that I do. And it's like, what? Which one is that level? What level is that? And it's like, well, it's only me. It's only up to me to decide which level I am in the things that I like, basically, because like that's my personality, that's my individuality, that's my decision for me to be like, hey, I kind of prefer this over that or this over that, and I'm gonna be public about it, or I'm not gonna be public about it. I'm just gonna be like, hey, I love every band equally, or I can be like, hey, no, I have preference for certain things. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to freedom in particular. It's such a complicated idea. It's such a fucking complicated idea. You never get into the right conclusion over what is the right thing to do, because like a lot of people can gaslight you into thinking what freedom is in particular, and sometimes you can even convince other people what freedom truly looks like. And that's kind of like the tragic thing about it, really, that it's just like, yeah, well, yeah. you never know specifically what is the like you never actually have like the right accurate answer to what freedom truly is until you've gone through all the eras of your inner psyche, of your inner like memories, and be like, hey, when I kind of analyze the kind of ideas and cartoons and anime that I kind of grew up with, along with like shows that I watched, and like along with like music that I listen to, along with like content that I currently watch, along with like wacky ideas that get thrown into a wall. It's just like, yeah, it's like to some degree we kind of consume the things that we believe are pleasant to watch, basically. And it's like, and that's kind of like the same with people as well. That is kind of like, yeah, well, sometimes it is more pleasant to listen to some people more than others, and that's okay. Like that's literally okay. That's literally okay in its own regard, basically. But it's like the biggest problem that there is as well is like free like women also have this kind of like I'm gonna be honest with you, because we have established that everybody's different to some level. Men and women are also different over how they're seen to some level, basically, because like to some degree I kind of hate to admit it, but women do tend to get fucked over the decisions that they take a little bit more drastically, basically. But here's the thing, is because I'm a guy, and because I'm a guy, I see women having a drastic, like more drastic injuries than men. The same way that whenever women look at other men, sometimes they're like, no, like some men actually do take drastic injuries that I don't think that would be able to take, basically. I was like, it's a psychological and a physiological, biological like thing, basically. That is just like within the build that we have within our own species, we have traits that makes us stronger, resilient, smarter, logical, emotional, and and there's aspects of like how pleasure manifests according to the psychology of a woman, because it's like, because when you look at it from the psychology of a woman, really, it's like, do women sometimes look at men who are like who have like a strong will attractive to some level? And it's like, yeah, that is kind of true. That's kind of true, basically. And it's like, are there women who are simpletons and just take what is on the surface and just eat it as just something that is like that is to be praised? And it's like, yeah, those people actually do exist, actually. where where they just go through the surface and they're like, yeah, no, I got my fill, and that's it, basically. As like whenever that kind of like fill like dries up and they explore other things, their bridge has already been burned because they decided to take on something that was like way too drastic, basically. As like in that way, like in society sometimes, like like society treats women like shit because like women treated themselves like shit and they didn't even know it, basically. And that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, yeah, it's like they were simpletons and they didn't know exactly what was the right thing to do. The same way that whenever men are younger and naive, they were simpletons and they didn't know what exactly to do, basically. And according to their psychology, they kind of like accommodate themselves onto, okay, what is the right thing to do, or like where else do I accommodate myself, because this is never going to work. That's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like sometimes you do need to like push yourself over the edge to be like, hey, I need to accommodate myself in this setting. I need to sit down. I need things to work. I need a happy place. I need something to make sense out of my life, basically. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like sometimes that it's a little bit complex. It's complicated, and and depending on how things go, basically, it can be a swing that can determine like the future of of society in general. Because that's kind of the thing, really. That's kind of the thing that that is not exactly how we think that it's gonna work. But sometimes it does work, sometimes it doesn't, and we just kind of have to figure it out until we actually get the right things in the right time. But then again, it's like, okay, like that's kind of the thing over like the once we kind of establish that individuality creates an infinite amount of freedoms out of like the 2 billion people that exist on this earth. Okay, got it. Now, do you have the possibility of like giving everybody some piece of something? You kind of have to gaslight them into believing that they get something nice. I was like, yeah, kind of. Or like you kind of have to gaslight them to be like, hey, no, you're being an asshole, basically. I think you had enough. You need to step down or something. It's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. So yeah, in short, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like having a little bit of self-awareness, basically, and what you kind of have to do to get like the right things. And yeah, it's like the only like I think the only end goal of every individual on this planet is to love themselves enough for them to actually have some foot for themselves, like put a foot down themselves in the society that they want to belong to, basically. So yeah, it's complicated, and like it's all up to the stories that are being thrown out and their emotions over how they, because again, it's like emotions kind of like manifest themselves differently according to what they think is normal and what they don't think it's normal, along with how drastic it is within the ideas that are attached to their own psychology as well. So one has to be a little bit observant and analyze what exactly they're sitting onto. And if you care deep enough, you notice a lot of things, basically. So that's kind of the thing, really. That it's just like that. It's like when you're with a person long enough, you kind of like start noticing like a lot of things, like you really do. And that's kind of the thing, really. Like you just sometimes kind of have to sit down and be like, yeah, this kind of works. This kind of works from time to time. It can work. It can work, but you need to be you need to be on the right track, on the right pace, basically, to be to have like to have like a compatible like setup, basically. I was like, yeah, that sometimes is a little bit complicated. If I'm honest with you, it's complicated, in my honest opinion. So yeah, it's like that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like certain things. Like, why do I think it's the right thing to do sometimes? I was like, the more that I kind of like sit down, the more I'm like, yeah, maybe not being gaslit into thinking that the world works in certain ways is kind of like a good start, actually. Like, I think that listening to what the people that are around you are saying, as opposed and that care, as opposed to listen to everybody, it's like it's kind of like the first step after everything has happened and after after the bonds have been established. Then you can start listening to other people, and you can be like, hey, this makes sense. Or maybe the people that were kind of like pushing and knocking on your door, suddenly disappear, and then you kind of are like, oh yeah, well, this person was just here to bother me, basically to gaslight me out of the objective that I want, basically. I was like, yeah, because they could do that, they did, and they continue to do so, and they push so hard that they broke my brain to some level. So that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like life in general. So yeah. Anyway, let's play some Elden Ring. Yep. Yep. Cool. Yep. So yeah, it's like the older that I get, the more I realize that it's just like it's inevitable. Like sometimes it is truly inevitable. But yeah, this is to some degree, it's like that's kind of the thing when it comes to how money works to some level. Basically, it's like people work so they can get money. Money becomes status in the symbols of some humans. Wealth, wealth can mean so many different things according to humans themselves. It can mean like a lifestyle that it does not require a lot of things, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, that's another thing, really, that kind of like that kind of like strikes a lot of people, basically. That it's like, how much wealth have you gathered over all these years? How much wealth have you gathered so that you can remain happy with yourself and over who you are, basically? How much wealth can you have so you can buy all the things that you wish to have? And it's like when you look at it from certain angles, there's like intellectual wealth, there's emotional wealth, and there's also like asset wealth in that sense, basically. And that's kind of the thing, really. Like, you're never going to be equally rich in all these kind of things all the time, basically, because it just takes time to gather all these things sometimes. Yeah, I guess we can say physical wealth is also a thing. It's like, yeah, it's if you exercise your entire life, it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like a physical wealth to some degree. God fucking damn it. Okay, cool. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's complicated altogether. It's yeah, it's a little bit complicated specifically. So yeah, it's I wanted to talk about something, but I forgot actually. I don't remember what exactly, but yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I'll say it afterwards, actually. So yeah, to complete my thought a little bit when it comes to like the idea of losing is a kind of a funny, interesting one, actually, because it's all about the perspective of the human mind in particular, basically. What things you need to abandon sometimes in order for your mind to have some level of mental clarity about what exactly are the movements that are taking into place everywhere around you, basically. It's like sometimes that's kind of like the price that you have to pay from time to time, where it's just like losing doesn't really matter as long as it's not your losing doesn't really matter as long as it's not your life, because when you lose your life you will never be able to gain anything ever in foreseeable future, basically. So even when you lose something, you sometimes gain something as a consequence, basically. It's like when you gain that something, you kind of like do understand what it really means to be human sometimes, where you can remain giving people the idea that they are forever right about something, or you can actually observe what they've done, why they've done it, and what you can do about it so you can feel happier and more complete. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. God fucking damn it, okay. So yeah, that's a thing a little bit. That is just like man, it's gonna be a long it's gonna be a long Sunday, actually. So yeah. Okay. What the fuck was that? Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. God damn it. Dude, I'm too chill today, actually. Like, legitimately. I'm too fucking chill at the moment. Oh my god. Like, legitimately, I'm just like, I don't know, dude. Like, what do I do? Do I... I just hang around or something? Maybe I do. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, I'm relaxing a little bit, I guess. I suppose. God damn it. Okay. The fight is not that difficult. Come on. I just keep getting caught on like things that don't really matter. Like at all. My freaking god. Also, yeah, I thought about like getting another microphone to get like ASMR going. Funnily enough, so yeah. But it's like, I think they're very expensive actually. Like one day I really want to do ASMR, ironically. But yeah. I don't know actually, that depends. I guess I can sit down for a bit. Yeah. Let's sit down for a bit. And since technically speaking, Sunday is my chill day, so it doesn't really matter a little bit. So, yeah. So yeah, specifically, it's weird a little bit. When it comes to like my the perspective of everything a little bit, it's just kind of uh like yeah, it's weird actually. Like sometimes I do wonder specifically, how do I make things work? Really? Okay, it's kind of weird. I think I kind of figured it out a little bit. What kind of energy I kind of have to go, what kind of energy I have to like do specifically against him at the beginning and then after. It's a little bit weird. Yeah, this dude switches energies constantly, actually. Like, that's the thing. Like, at the beginning, there are times where his beginning energy is different because he's slow. And when he's slow, it's the... You're gonna have to match his energy. Then sometimes in the beginning, he's a little bit higher. But after a while, the only thing that you have to do in the second phase is just be patient, basically. But it's kind of weird. The energy that he gives is weird. It really changes. Yeah, this boss changes energy so often. It's so weird, actually. Like, I'll hate to say it, but in Dark Souls 3 in particular, the energies of the enemies were way more stable and way less threatening. In this one, it's just kind of like, no, it shifts way more often. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. uh, I'm almost getting it actually. Almost getting it. Almost. I just have to be patient, specifically. Ah, fuck, okay.
Must truly put these foolish illusions to rest.
I jumped into it. I fucking jumped into it. Wow. Okay, yeah. The timing is so off, dude. It is so fucking off. It bothers me a little bit. Oh, for fuck's sake! I still haven't figured out how to dodge that one in particular. Like the hammer swing, like the hammer fan swing is the one that kind of like kills me quite often. Okay. Yeah. God fucking damn it, dude. God damn it, dude. I'm so out of practice with Dark Souls as well. It's like I kind of have to like observe everything. Damn it. Nice camera.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
He doesn't do that movement very often, actually. Like his spinning like staff like that from like, I think he uses his wrist more. It's kind of weird, actually.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must.
God fucking damn it! He got me. He got me. Oh my fucking god. Okay, cool. Yeah, his hammer fang swing is the thing that kills me every single fucking time. Every single fucking time it is. Hmm.
ambitions to rest.
Okay, so when he does that specifically, what I have to do is I have to roll the other way around, actually. And I have to not do left, right, but do probably like right, 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 or something.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
Fuck this dude in particular, dude. Fuck this dude! Come on! Wah.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly guide thy ways. Tarnished. These foolish ambitions to rest.
I get caught by the first fan every time. Oh my fucking god, that's so bad actually. That is so fucking bad specifically. Hmm.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must run in thy veins. Tarnished. Foolish ambitions to rest.
Ooh, okay. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it fucking is, dude. Ugh, fucking bullshit, man. I need to defeat him this stream. Fuck's sake. Okay. So yeah, I still can't figure out how to dodge the sword swing, because it's like I dodged the first one, then there's two that follow after that. So that's kind of like the problem there. Motherfuckers.
These foolish ambitions to rest. These foolish ambitions to rest.
This thing switches its timing from time to time, actually. It really does. Dude, that's the movement in specific that is like, I don't know, is like, it kind of discourages me from even attacking him when he does the hammer, because like he does one swing, I dodge it, he does the second one, and then another one, and it's like it's impossible for me to dodge it at that point. Exactly that move. It's like I cannot hit him when he puts the hammer down. Literally, I literally cannot. At least with this weapon, I don't think I can. Yeah, I'm starting to realize that that's probably why.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
Maybe if I run on the short part, that could work. Maybe that can be a thing.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
This game in particular, fuck 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 this game in particular, man. Fuck this game in particular, man. What do you mean? Okay, chill. Chill for a second. Oh my fucking god, dude. Stretch. Okay. Stretch. Give yourself a stretch. Give yourself a goddamn stretch. Okay. Every time. The 1-2 spike. That it's always that one. I don't know how to avoid it. That one. It's like I press B fast enough, but it just doesn't dodge for some reason. It's always that attack in particular. this piece of shit. Man. Did my game crash? Yes, it did. Wow. Fucking wow, dude. Like my game was like straight up just like, no. Jeez. That's rough. Let's keep going. Piece of shit game, dude. Piece of shit fucking game, dude. How the fuck do I keep getting defeated by that thing? Like, I really need to get my damage upgraded or something, or my endurance at least upgraded. Something to upgrade it to fight this dude, because like, holy shit, man. This dude is fucking me up, dude. Like although I'm having a lot of fun with it because like I'm learning specifically, I'm like readjusting my dodging skills a little bit. It's like, yeah, I kind of have to be like, I kind of have to like readjust the sharpness of my skills because I'm so out of it a little bit. I'm so fucking out of it. Continue, yeah. I'm almost fucking getting this bitch, actually. I'm almost fucking getting this bitch, dude. Dude. Dude, it's like I can't approach him whenever he does like those things. I literally cannot approach him. I kind of have to like what exactly do I have to do in this situation? Actually, it's like I have to wait until he does an attack that I know very well. Because otherwise he's just gonna do the full swing and it's gonna be impossible to hit him. Yeah. Ah, now I lost my runes finally. It was yeah, it was like it really was it really was a long time. Okay, whatever. We really need to get these runes to level up. I'm almost there, actually. I'm almost literally fucking there. The second part requires so much patience, actually. It requires so much fucking patience. You're gonna have to wait until he does his, like, swing attack and he doesn't pull out the dagger, and then you can hit him. Oh, frick.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished. Foolish ambitions to rest.
Yeah, it's so difficult to hit him when the hammer falls right there, actually. It's so fucking difficult to hit him. It's like, if anything, I kind of like should avoid hitting him whenever he does a hammer down. Man, it really feels like work. This one really feels like work in particular.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished. These foolish ambitions to
Oh, okay. I just noticed something. Okay. So that's what I have to do. I've been attacking him where he's the strongest. So now I have to attack him where he's the weakest. Okay, so it's like the left is the strong side, the right is the weak one. Got it. Okay, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Remember, Grim, this is your break day. You have to take it easy. Yep, take it easy, Grim. Yep, that's what it is.
Foolish ambitions to rest. Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished. These foolish ambitions to rest.
Okay, yeah, that's something in particular. Fuck my life, dude. Fuck everything. Doesn't matter what I do. A fucker is there to hit me too. They're fun. fuck you! The fucking cliff got me, of all things. Okay, yeah, no, that's cool, that's cool. That's fucking cool. That's absolutely cool. Fuck this game in particular, man! What the fuck? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna chill. How is it possible that I have not been able to beat this thing for at least 3 hours? Oh. Fuck this game in particular, man. I swear. Fuck this game in particular. Okay, next time I'm probably gonna... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna grind a little bit. I'm probably gonna grind and I'm gonna level up at least a little bit to get some damage. And maybe use some other weapons because, like, holy shit, like this dude... The thing is, like, when you approach him on the last levels... He does the sword thing, and it's like, even if you try to run away, he just does spins after spin after spin, and it's just like, your stamina just becomes way too low, basically. But anyway, let's get over here. Fuck this game in particular. Fuck it. I'm not gonna deal with it right now anymore. I'm just gonna chill for like the next 15 minutes or something. Because fuck this game in particular, man. What the shit? But yeah, it's like, dude. This dude was like, it's way harder than the one that I found in the cave, actually. It definitely is. And it's like specifically, it is like, I just feel like I just don't have enough, like, damage to basically emphasize on his weakness. And it's like, when I do emphasize on his weakness, it's very, very little damage. As like the most that I've gotten like him low is like 1/4, and that's about it. So it's like I probably do need like some damage. Also, like I need to be a little bit more observant over what is happening in the screen, basically. And it's like I need to basically lock the fuck in whenever that happens. Whenever like shit is happening, basically. Yeah, that's basically the thing when it comes to this. When it comes to a Dark Souls game, you really need to lock in, and you really need to like focus on what is happening at the particular time. And so it goes basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. So tomorrow, I'm just gonna I don't know, tomorrow, should I take tomorrow off? Honestly, because like I've done so much this past 2 weeks specifically. It's like maybe I take tomorrow off. If not, I'll just make like a chill stream. Because I bought like a couple of games which like Slay the Spire and the card game for vampires specifically. So it's like, yeah. Right. Yep. So yeah, it's gonna be like a pain in the goddamn ass, dude. It's so fucking annoying. God fucking damn it. I hate Dark Souls. I hate every single bit that this piece of shit game has to offer. I hate it with a passion. I hope I get to piss inside of Dark Souls, the Dark Souls engine, and still and motherfucking like make their code go yellow piss over like how bad it's coded or whatever. No, it's an amazing game actually. I actually loved it. I actually love like any kind of Dark Souls in particular. It's like awesome. It's like the immersion, the music. Well, the music is kind of like, if I'm completely honest with you, the music on Elden Ring seems a bit way weaker than in Dark Souls 3. I'll give it that. But for everything else is just like super fun in particular. So that's kind of the thing. And yeah, tomorrow, if I don't stream tomorrow, it's okay. Like if I don't stream tomorrow, I took my that's my rest day basically. I took my rest day on Monday, basically. But if I didn't, then yeah, I mean, I'll see if I play something. Maybe in Spanish. But here's the thing that I've been considering, basically. That is like, since like all the games that heavy hitter games never get played in Spanish, what if I tried to playing one in Spanish and see how how good it is or how bad it is, basically. The voice acting in particular, because like as far as I've noticed like that kind of thing in particular, where it's just like, yeah, like there are like some good Spanish voice acting, but I will definitely say that the Spanish voice acting has been on the downfall for quite a bit of time, actually. Like, I think that I don't know about like the pop culture of Mexican culture in particular, on or how much like influence they have, because I never actually bothered to look at it. But it's like, but maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. Basically, maybe it is not. Maybe it is not as bad as I think it is. And it's like the only reason why I kind of like assume that it might be a possibility that it's not as bad is because, like, specifically speaking, no offense to like English voice actors in particular, but it's just like there's something about about Spanish and English that have a very contrasting phonetics, where the phonetics of the English language tend to be more stiff and tend to be a little bit just a teeny tiny bit more colder in certain areas, where in Spanish you can just kind of like yell in a sense. Well, I don't want to say yell, but you can express a little bit more vibrant colors when it comes to like voice acting, because like when it comes to voice acting, it like there's this kind of like subconscious cultural aspect of like of the American culture, where you kind of need to like not give yourself too much because of the competition that you're constantly going through, which I totally understand now. Like, if I'm completely honest with you, I totally understand it now. But it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing a little bit, that it's just like, yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a contrasting aspect of how of tones when it comes to like voice acting in particular. And it's like, I think that it has to do a lot with the voice actor itself as well. Like, it really depends on the voice actor. And the thing is, like, I think that there's way more warmer voice actors than there are English voice actors, because voice actors in like anime and all that stuff, sometimes when I listen to some of the voice acting that some English speakers do, their personalities tend to be a little bit, I mean, I don't want to say that their tones tend to be a little bit tough, but what I do want to say specifically is that, like, they it doesn't feel like the I mean, I'm not gonna roast the English voice acting sphere, but at the same time, I'm gonna say it how I see it, which is, it feels like the English sphere of voice acting doesn't like to do voice acting itself, and it's just a gig so they can get an acting job at like Hollywood or some bullcrap, basically, or some theater. Because there are some theater kids that are actually want to do theater themselves, basically. And it's like, to me, sometimes whenever I hear English voice acting, it kind of feels like they don't think as voice acting, like animation in particular. It doesn't feel like they just kind of like shove their soul into it when it comes to like certain like English speaking animations, especially when it comes to like anime dubbing, when it comes to like anime games as well. Like, they're too stiff. They don't care about the voice acting. The only thing that they care is that they want to get a role in like an acting job or something. They want to get a gig in something higher. And it's like, they don't actually like think as voice acting as like the final objective. It doesn't feel like the voice acting is the final objective to them, but like an acting job or a theater or whatever is to them like the end goal to some degree, basically. And it's like, to me, that sometimes does make me sad a little bit from the English sphere, because it's like, yeah, it just seems that they don't really care. Like, most people don't really care, and the only people that I've seen that they care about voice acting in particular are veterans themselves already. That is like, they've done movies, they've done like they've done so many things. They've appeared in movies, and it's like whenever they do some voice acting in particular, it feels like they just don't feel as emotionally invested. Most inexperienced voice actors don't feel emotionally invested into voice acting itself, but they feel more. But it feels like it's just a stepping stone to get an acting job in something else, basically. That's kind of like, yeah, in particular, like, I kind of get it, because like, well, I get it and I don't get it, because like for me it's just like voice acting to me is way more magical and way more whimsical, because like you can play along with it way more. You can play along with, and you can detach your face attached to your voice, and you can kind of like create like a mental metamorphosis of energy into the character that you're saying, basically. So that's why sometimes, to some degree, when I hear like voice acting, it's just like, yeah, it's a different type of magic compared to like real acting, and well, compared to physical acting, should I say? Not real acting, but physical acting, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing in particular that kind of makes me a little bit like, yeah. I'm not talking shit about actors in particular, but because like at some point, if like me as a VTuber, I guess I consider myself a little bit of an actor myself. Because I kind of like really enjoy like I don't know, I love art itself. Like I love the art of expression. I love the art of expression in the music. I love the expression that an individual has to offer onto the table, basically. And because of it, it kind of becomes very clear that sometimes you require a lot of fucking effort to get the ball rolling. Sometimes, and it's like sometimes that effort also involves like a psychological effort to kind of like embrace the role that has been given to you, basically. So yeah, as like I think I understand to some degree, because like there are some people who are too narcissistic that they're like, oh dude, voice actors, dude, I don't want to be a voice actor, I don't want to be in that circle, they suck or something. I was like, some actors probably are like that to some degree, but like to me it's just like, no, it's just another arm of the beast, basically. It's just another head of the hydra when it comes to like expression and like beauty in its own way, the beauty of the emotion that conveys your soul and your heart and your mind and your ideas, basically. So to some degree it's just like, yeah, I mean, sure, whatever. But anyway, back to the point specifically, that like I'm thinking of like making voice acting in like, well, no, not voice acting, but playing a game in Spanish to see how good the quality of Spanish voice acting is, and see if there's variety in voices, because from what I heard in League of Legends, basically, there's not a lot of voice actors. A lot of the voices that are voice acting in that sphere, they're veterans. They already know what they're doing. They've done it for like at least 30 years, 20 years at least. Like minimum 30 years experience when it comes to voice acting, because I recognize them altogether. And it's like, to me, sometimes it kind of makes me think that it's just like, yeah, it's like it shows that there's not enough interest into that circle, or that the competition is too tough and there's barely anything like going for it, or just like gate kept like very, very difficult, very, very tightly. In which case is like, okay, if it's gate kept very, very tightly, is it because there's high standards, or is just too gate kept that they just don't let people in at all? Which is kind of like, I mean, yeah, whatever, right? It's like whatever to some degree. So yeah, to some degree, I kind of have to be like, yeah, I mean, kind of have to sit down, think about it, and analyze what talent is actually happening in both the English speaking circles and the Spanish speaking circles, and compare. I mean, and see the well, not compare, but like, and hear the Japanese circles as well, and be like, this is strong, this is strong. There's a lot of strength here, a lot of strength there. There's weakness there. We can work out with that and see what we can learn out of like the expression of something, of like certain voice actors or actors themselves to some degree, basically. And see the beauty by what it is as well, because like there's absolute beauty in that sense as well. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. So okay. So yeah, tomorrow don't expect a stream, but if there is, it's probably gonna be a chill one. I'm not gonna talk too much about it. I'm not gonna think too hard about it. I'm just gonna be like, hey, new game, funny, interesting game. Let's go, and we go along with it basically. So yeah. Anyway, okay. So for today, I'm gonna wrap it up. Unfortunately, I did not beat the boss because I was like, I needed to lock the fuck in, and it kind of shows that my brain is still readjusting to certain things. Basically, it is still readjusting to utilize, to rearrange the reflexes that are required to get the right thing, basically. And it's like, yeah, if I get my reflexes back on to what they used to, then I can totally be like on the right track, basically. I can totally be I can totally get back on track and be like, yeah, this is what works, this is what doesn't, and get back onto the expression aspect of like content creation to the level that I want to put myself into, basically. And yeah, it's like right now it's like I kind of have to read my book, I kind of have to study a little bit Japanese, I kind of have to learn a little bit of music, I kind of have to like, okay, yeah, I have to learn about a little bit about music, I have to read my book, I have to study Japanese, I have to stream, I have to, what else do I have to do? Draw occasionally, because like don't get me wrong, sometimes I see it at my backgrounds and they're like, oh, they're too generic, I don't really like that, they're too generic. And there are times where like I look at this background itself and I'm like, dude, this looks awful. Like I would prefer to have like a dark screen sometimes than just have something that doesn't have a soul to begin with. Like I would rather have a void, me myself speaking, and with my VTuber model, I'm being like, yeah, hello, this is me, because like this is as far as we've been able to make, but if we make it, like we make at least something, then it's not as heartless as like, I don't know, some kind of lazy like set that nobody gives a shit about building. And it's just like, if nobody gives a shit about building sets, if nobody gives a shit about making music, if nobody gives a shit about like acting according, like with passion, if nobody gives a shit about I don't know, like putting thought into things, is like, it shows that you don't care about your content at that point, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like me. That's why that's kind of like why me personally, I'm kind of like sometimes sit down thinking to myself, is like, am I okay with putting a stream with things that have been made by AI, or like have no soul in front of them? And it's like, no, it's like, it doesn't feel right sometimes. It doesn't really feel like it's the correct thing to do. It feels like I'm just cashing in the whole AI shebang that just doesn't really like give anything, basically. So it's like, yeah, no, I think we can just chill with that, and I would prefer to draw something with like crayons on the motherfucking widescreen than have a motherfucking like 3D animated, like perfect AI bullshit made. It's just like, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense if those are the type of quality standards that I kind of want to stick to, basically. It doesn't feel right. And because it doesn't feel right, it just doesn't support my vision over how content should be done to some degree, basically. So that's kind of the thing. So yeah, to some degree, it's like I'm kind of like putting myself up to my own to the standards that I want to believe in. Basically, it's like, do I have the quality at the moment when it comes to like, I don't know, backgrounds? Do I have the quality when it comes to like motherfucking like music? Because like I haven't done the music myself. I mean, music maybe, but I haven't done it myself, so it doesn't feel very satisfying. The same way that it's just like, okay, you haven't drawn anything, so maybe it's okay if you draw something so you can actually make it more personal. I was like, okay, you can do that? Okay. If I can get the time to actually do it, then it makes sense and it makes me happy if I do so. So if that is the case, it just makes utter sense to continue on that trend and just be like, hey, you know what? I drew something very, very silly and just, or like drew something silly and it's like, it means something. Maybe it's not the prettiest because I'm not there, but like, it at least means something. That is just like, there's efforts to get pushed into. It's a stepping stone to get higher quality streams to some level, basically. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, tomorrow, nothing guaranteed. I'll see if I work on something, and yeah, basically. Anyway. This is gonna be it for me. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining me on a Sunday. Nothing too interesting. Sundays are just like chill streams for me to just talk about bullshit, basically. Which, I mean, let's be honest, basically, I always talk about bullshit. But on Sunday in particular, it's just more like quiet, a teeny tiny bit. It's just like, yeah, who cares, really? Right? Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck gives a shit? Just have fun, watch the stream, do whatever. And yeah, basically. So anyway, I'll see you on Tuesday for sure. Have a good one, everybody. Goodbye.